Yo everyone, how's it going? It's been a while that we last actually did something creative. This is something I've been looking at for a longer time but haven't really started on yet. So I guess today is a pretty good start or a pretty good day to get started. So you probably already knew this background that I use, right? I think I'm creating my own audio loop here. Okay, there we go. So, where was I with my story? Yeah, this is the original background that I used when I started streaming. It's the 3D background I made myself in Blender, but I feel whenever I use it that it's a little bit too static, right? There's not a lot of movement, there's no lights going left and right or flickering or, well, how should I say this? Like the neon sign at the center with my name, that one is flickering, but the rest of the scene is kind of static. So I'm thinking like maybe I should add some maybe windows or how do you say that? Like swaying of like the chains on the ceiling or let's see, maybe a jukebox or something that does something like has some animation to it. Especially since we started doing animation, I think like since 4 months ago. good morning. Oh wait, it's night. No, it's not night. It's during the day here still. How you doing, Yuki? Yeah, I was just explaining like what the background looked right now, and that I want to change it up a little bit. But I also want to expand the bar a little bit, because at the moment this is the only existing side of the bar, pretty much just the bar itself and some chairs you see at the front. But I figure it would be nice if you could actually make an entirely 3D interior, so we can just have different angles. So for example, you have the bar, and then you have like the back room, and then you have the seating area, and maybe a karaoke stage in the corner, maybe the front entrance. What else is more? Like maybe like an apartment or bedroom above the bar for like when you're free from work, something like that. Speaking of morning, I saw in the morning that the stream was set to 8:30 a.m. on my. Oh no! Yeah. Yeah. I accidentally almost set it to 2:30 a.m. instead of 2:30 p.m. So I quickly changed that, but guess you were very quick in noticing it. Yeah, I keep messing it up. It's so annoying that whenever I try to schedule in a stream on YouTube, it always starts at AM. And then I have to keep scrolling down and down and down. It never allows me to just manually input like 2:30 p.m. That would be a lot better. You probably also noticed that I'm using a 2D image right now instead of my normal 3D. I figured that would be more relaxing for me when doing creative stuff as well. I was going to DM you, but there's a remember time zone, so yeah, no worries. I was still awake at that time, so I think within half an hour I already changed it to a different time. Also, I'm listening into like a copyright lo-fi channel at the moment. This is the first time I'm adding it, so I'm curious what you think of the music. Is it too loud or is it okay? I'm currently at school, but hello. Hey, how you doing, I? You're at school? Wow. Wait, if you're at school, I have an English test in a few minutes. Oh, go focus on your English test. Hopefully you studied well. Imagine having a test. Man, I get PTSD flashbacks whenever I think of my school time. Bye, Jinn. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I hope your test goes well. Let's see, we have to lower the size. Also, I'm still eating something, so I'll start in a bit. But yeah, usually when making like bigger projects, you want to start with a plan of approach, right? You want to note down what are the most interesting or important things to go over when redesigning. And because I actually want to make a floor plan before I go into 3D, I figured it would be a nice practice because I haven't done it in a while. I'm also more used to it in doing it in Dutch. So plan of approaches in Dutch is like plan van aanpak. This is it sounds a little bit different. And then there is programma van eisen, which is the program of demands. If I translate it directly, program of demands usually involves adding all the things that have to be available or added to the project. So, for example, you could say in the program of demands, like, oh, there has to be a toilet, and the toilet surface has to be this big because it has to serve this many customers. And then you can say like, oh, it needs to be split between a woman's and a man's toilet room. No plans would just lead to disaster. Disaster would lead to depress, and depress would lead you to, yeah, you know. No, it's not that serious. It's more like if you don't plan or like put a boundary on your project, you run the risk of, if you don't border your project, you run the risk of endlessly adding to your project. So that's a problem I used to have a lot in the past, where I made a project and then kept adding and adding and adding, adding. And then it became an endless project, and then there was never a finish line. And that becomes depressing. So it's usually better to just add something to a list and just go through the list. And once you're going through the list, you pretty much ended the project. You can always decide to expand on your original design, but at least you have a finish line, right? Speaking of Dutch, apparently Indonesia has some similarities with Dutch in some words. Really? Could make sense because, well, the Dutch were in Indonesia before, right? During the colony era. And also a lot of Indonesian people went to the Netherlands around that same time that Indonesia became independent. I can already start a little bit. So usually what you want is you can look for some references. You can make a what did I call it in English again just now? Programma van eisen. Program of demands. I think that's the English word for it, I'm not sure. See, so we got the references, program of demands, concept, initial sketch, floor plan, 3D layout. I think I'm missing something. Is it a logistic concept? So, what I usually did with architecture is whenever I made a building, I didn't just do the references and program of demands and then a concept. Usually in between, I made something with, how do you say it? Like, I made something that dealt with the logistics of the interior walkways. So I knew which room had to be connected to what room. For example, the entrance has to lead into the bar, right? And then from the bar, you can go into like the staff room, or you can go to the toilets, or maybe you can, from the staff room, maybe you can take the stairs up to the apartments or something like that. So by making that kind of web of like circles with the names in it of the areas, you can actually create an overview of how the interior walkways should be connected with each other. This is an interesting dimension I walked into. Hi, Raizuna. How you doing? Yeah, I'm just a little bit explaining like how I'm gonna change it up, because the picture you saw above is my original design in 3D, but I want to add to it. Like I want to actually make it a room, because the way this picture works at the moment, it's just one side of a room, right? But it's not actually a room. I just made whatever was inside the picture frame pretty much. But I want to make it an actual 3D environment where if I were to rotate the camera, you would see the rest of the bar as well. I just remember, how could you join the Black Mages? No, I did no such thing. I'm innocent. Also, is chat? Chat is not appearing. Why is that? It should be appearing. Strange. Like above my head there's an open space, right? And normally chat appears there for both YouTube and for Twitch. Oh wait, it is appearing. Wait, did I do something wrong then? No, I got both visible. Strange. Oh wait, there it is. There's a lot of delay. Oh, on YouTube side or on both sides? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what I'm seeing here, stream latency, it's setting it to normal latency, but normally I stream at ultra low latency, so that's why the response are probably a little bit slower this time around. Maybe it's faster on Twitch's side then. And thank you for saying it's a cozy bar. 5 seconds delay. Oh, yeah, that's normal latency on YouTube side, but it should be shorter on Twitch's side, I think. Maybe. Or is it the same? Oh, wait. So 5 seconds is Twitch's side. So maybe YouTube is even worse then. Because I know that YouTube really likes its normal latency stuff. I don't think I can restart it though, because YouTube is pretty annoying in that regard, that once you start streaming, you can't change the latency anymore. I mean, Twitch is used primarily for streaming. Yeah, true. So, a little bit of history. I used to start streaming on YouTube. And once I got more used to that, I started like streaming on Twitch as a multi-stream since I think 4 months ago now. Yeah, I think it's 4 months ago. Just to expand a little bit, right? But yeah, everything that I stream, I pretty much also put on YouTube. So if anyone misses the stream, they can just watch it back there. There's a sad part about Twitch, that if you're not like monetized or a big streamer, then whatever VOD you have will eventually get deleted, right? And luckily on YouTube that isn't so. So even if I have a stream from like, what, 1 year ago, it would still be hosted on YouTube. Yeah. But I'm a little bit inactive at the moment because I'm still eating something. But I'll go a little bit faster in a bit. Oh, maybe in the meanwhile I can actually show you what the bar looks like right now. I don't think I have my model on, so it should only show the bar, not me, pretty much. Let's move over a little bit so you can see it. So this is like the close-up of it, and then I also have a zoom-out version of it, where it looks like this, and it should be animated. Yeah. So you see the neon lights in the center, they keep flickering, right? Only a little bit, but it's a little bit of animation I added initially. I think, yeah, before I started stream, I added that already. But I feel like it's still kind of static, right? This be just a chatting screen. Yeah, that's the initial use of it. So whenever I use my 3D model, I'm putting myself behind the bar and then pretty much just talk, right? This is like the collab screen, which is like bigger, so you can actually have some other people at the bottom. And the bar scene, or like the single scene, is like this, where it's more zoomed in on my model if I have the 3D program active. But today I'm doing 2D because I just want to relax a little bit while working on stuff. And then we go back to this. So references is easy. You just look for pictures online that either work for you as an interior or as a mood for the building. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it as how the interior layout is made, or maybe the exterior of the building. You can look at the style of the interior, that sort of stuff. You can just add that in a mood board, pretty much. So add that mood board. And program of demands is more hard values. So you can say in your program of demands, like, oh, there has to be a toilet, or there has to be a rooftop terrace. Or you could say the building is on the ground or half on the ground. That sort of stuff. And the logistics concept is more an overview of how the rooms are connected. Then the concept is when you actually start to add volume to those bubbles or circles, or like to the logistic concept. And then initial sketch is where you actually add more precise values to it, I think. Then out of the initial sketch you make the floor plan, and then with that floor plan you can go through like Blender or something to make a 3D layout, pretty much. I'm guessing ambience is no problem. I'm guessing ambience is sort of like the mood, right, or the theme of the We can add that as a word just to expand on that. Let's see. And then in the 3D layout, we also need to, let's see. Eventually, the plan is to render some images, right? Or end up with a 3D end product. We also have to solve the lighting. Like, where are the lightings in the room? So the room isn't super dark. Depending on where you put the lighting, you can put emphasis on certain aspects of a room. You can see it in like those high-end villas, in America usually, where they have like an entire light plan for the entire building to lay focus on certain aspects or shapes of the building. What else was there? Yeah. Interior decorating, of course. That's like the chairs, the vases, the tables, the paintings on the wall, like everything you add to make the room come alive, right? Hey, Sano, how you doing? Good to see you again. What you up to today? I'm just going over some ideas, or well, not really ideas, but like how I'm gonna approach this this project, because this is gonna be again one of those more bigger projects. I might not work on this every week on stream, but I did want to get a start on it because I feel it really adds a lot to my stream if I animate it a little bit more. And the other benefit is that once I have a proper 3D room or like area, then actually you can use that for Blender as well for animations, right? So you can actually see like an animation of me sitting behind the bar doing something like cleaning glasses or whatever. See, I was doing some mental roulette and I just got out of a 30-minute normal trial that I feel your entire party is dying, but you're just a bard. Ah, Final Fantasy 14, huh? Hey, Aiko, how you doing? Yeah, we are looking at the bar again. So let me scroll up again. This is what we have right now, right? But this is just the bar area. But I want to expand a little bit more on it to like add a seating area, add maybe some windows. Let's see, maybe a jukebox. Maybe some new glass interior panels or something. Add a karaoke corner because hey, I still have to do that karaoke stream. I'm gonna start Python fun times in a bit. Wait, Python is in coding? Good luck, man. it's probably not easy, huh? Yeah, for everyone else, Seno is working on a game. Are you gonna work on Python for your game or something else today? Also, I feel the scene is a little bit dark, so maybe a little bit more added warm light would be nice. Python for the game, sweet. So you're just gonna lurk in here. Well, hopefully the music is at least nice. Let me know if it's a little bit too loud. Could be a little bit too loud at the moment because there's like a heavy bass on. Doing good, just a relic hunting in Honkai Star Rail. Ooh, yeah, I have to go after that as well. I got Hanya last week and I immediately tried leveling them up to max level. Because she's really good. Like if I put her in the same party with what is it, Jinzou and Kafka, they can just keep spamming their skills. It's amazing. And then because she has like a party buff ability, I also put her on some relics that buff the team. Hopefully the drink command still works. Oh yeah, that's for everyone that's new. Since I'm a bartender VTuber pretty much, I have a command in chat that if you press !drink, it should give you a drink, but I'm not seeing it pop up. So hopefully, hopefully it still works. Or I have to like relog maybe into Streamlabs or Stream Elements. Yeah, Stream Elements. Okay, on Twitch's side it seems to be working. Why is it not working on YouTube side? Let me go check. Stream Elements. Why are you messing up? Yeah, it's still logged in. So why is it not working? Strange. Wait, let me try it. !drink. Oh no, is YouTube acting up again? Maybe, wait, let me go check up on the cooldown on that command, because that could also be an issue, right? Like maybe if the command is done too quickly in a row that it messes up. Let me go look at Stream Elements. Because I have Stream Elements for both YouTube side and Twitch's side. Let's see, chatbot, chat commands, custom commands. Where's my drink command? There it is. Oh, it should, global cooldown should be 0 seconds, so everyone should be able to use it without issue. If it got confused, maybe you can try again. Maybe it works then. Oh no. Eat an apple juice? That's high quality. Laughing my ass. Yeah, and it actually has a 3D model as well. Wait, maybe I can show that. How do I add that? Add media source. Preview of drinks. And then I browse the file. It should be on my D disk, 3D model images. Where's my video? Where's my video? Drink one. Oh, yes, there it is. It's a little bit off because it's like on the top layer. Maybe I can drag it down a little bit so it looks a little bit better. Over there, and then I make it smaller again. There it is. I don't think it's playing audio either, so that's fine. I don't want to disrupt the audio of the... Oh wait, it is. Preview drinks. Okay, there it is. Hopefully you didn't hear it too loud. Oh, can I make it loop? Properties, loop. Okay. So yeah, this is a project I started a while back where I actually 3D model every drink that I have. To make it look more interesting, right? Because otherwise it's just a command in chat, but if you can actually see the drink, then it looks a little bit nicer. I also got like 5 other drinks on my YouTube channel now. I upload them as YouTube shorts, and it's pretty much all like this, like maybe a different background color and a different text, and the shape of the drinks is also different. So this is the Eat an Apple mix that you got. There is also, let's see, there's also this one. See, this one is a little bit red themed, and it's more like a wine glass, and it's all like themed as if it's like a advertisement you can see on like some kind of digital board somewhere in the city in a cyberpunk setting. I should definitely add something so I can actually show this on stream whenever someone orders it, so it automatically pops up and you can see like a 3D rendition of the drink that you just got, like a food gacha, but then drinks pretty much. See, we also have this one, which is based on Faust, which is pretty much like 2 shot glasses and a long drink. This one has like unique, like smooth tendrils around the glass, on the long glass. Huh, I shall dimension walk now. Have fun prepping your bar. Maybe I'll come by and stop stop by for a drink again. Hey, yeah, hopefully you will. Looking forward to it. But yeah, this is the type of stuff I do on my channel. If you enjoy it, do come back. I'll be making more of it soon enough. Might as well show a little bit of the others as well while we're at it. Let's see, we also have this one. This is more like a whiskey glass. And then we have the last one that I uploaded, I think 2 weeks ago. Which is more like a martini glass, I think. Or a cocktail, I guess. And it comes with a very fancy orange slice. Maybe I should make an animation where it just shows all 15 in one quick reel. Like whenever someone new enters the channel, so I can quickly showcase like what kind of stuff I've worked on in the past. Because at the moment I don't really have something like that. So maybe I should add that to the stream. So I can very quickly showcase like the things I have made in the past. But yeah, let's continue onwards to our plan of approach. Let's see, we have the mood board, ambience, program of demand, statistic concept, design, initial sketch, floor plan, 3D layout, lighting, interior, lighting design, interior decorating. Maybe I should do this in the other order. I'm not sure how much I can do on stream though, regarding all of this. We'll see where we will end, right? I'm not sure if there's gonna be anything else here, so I'm just gonna leave it open for now. You can just copy this one over there. Oh wait, I have a good idea now. We can write our goal. Well, is goal the right translation for this? Maybe just end goal. I should definitely look online again. Oh, wait, yeah, I was moving a little bit too quick. So what we first need is the what's on lighting in English? Oh, pause. Motivation. Show me your motivation. And then we have to add more. This one we have to call problem. Main demands So usually this is more like the boring part of like setting up a project, but it helps me keep things under, I say, under control. Do we need a planning? I'm not even sure. Because this is not like something that has an ultimate deadline or whatever. It's just something I'm working on in my free time during streams, right? On Mondays, whenever it's possible. Cause and motivation. The why. For the use as a background and 3D environment, I need a bar setting. How should I say this? Something like this. Maybe this isn't like a good font type. Let's see if there's other better readable font types. Maybe a little bit bigger. Let's see, for the use as background and 3D, I need a bar setting. It's the sentence just sounds weird at the moment. Let's start the sentence over. Within this project, we wish to remake our existing background featuring a bar scene. We wish to upgrade this scene to showcase more of the bar than just the more of the bar interior, I think, than just the bar itself. This scene will be used for both 3D animations as a and a background during live streams of Jinzou Jinn. It sounds so weird to type it out in like third person. Wait, maybe... We cut this, then go back, then delete this. And then instead of... what if I do this instead? Yeah, this is better. And now I can just move this up a little bit. Like this. And then we don't have to manually press spacebar anymore. Do need a space there. We'll use for both future 3D animation and the background. During free talk sections. So capital J. Then we can just copy this over, I think. The problem with the current, what do you call it, iteration? Is that how you type it out? Like version. Oh, it's the 1T, iteration with 1T. The problem with the current iteration of the background is that it only showcases, well, it only shows a limited view of the bar scene. Problem with the current iteration of the background is that it only shows a limited view of the bar scene and lacks any major and lacks most animation, resulting in the scene feeling too static. For this, to solve this, we are designing. I know how you feel. I needed to talk in the third person for schoolwork and I was dying. Yeah, I know, right? It's so weird. And then instead of like talking in I, you have to talk in we because you're part of our organization. Like, we propose this solution, or what was the other one? In the best interest of our company, we promote blah 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 blah. It's such corporate talk, I know. To solve this, we are advising a redesign of the existing scene where the interior will be expanded on. By the way, will there ever be food served in the bar? If you want. What are you thinking about regarding food? It is something we could look into once we finish the drinks. Like once we have modeled all 15 drinks, maybe we can add some food. Do you want some how do you call it in English? Like tiramisu, or what's the other one with the sugar layer on top? Let me look it up. Dessert with sugar layer on top. Creme brulee. Yes. Do you want creme brulee and tiramisu? Or dame blanche? Like the chocolate dessert. We could add some snacks, slice of pie, cake, bread. Ooh, like apple cream. What was it? Apple pie or apple? There was another type of apple pie. It's not cream, I think. Do you think that should also be themed after fruit, or should we do something else? And the question is also, would it be like, how do you call it, like snack bar food, like deep fried stuff, or would it be desserts, or would it be like a proper meal? A slice of black mage pie. Jojo, I was thinking egg tart. Oh, and we can also style it in different ways. Like, you know those foods where it's like shaped like a cat or a dog or whatever? Like the desserts that are like cat shaped or like a cat face or something? Which goes like more towards the cute side of things, right? Maybe just different things. Like we have cute stuff, we have cool stuff, we have fancy stuff. A little bit of diversity can't harm, right? Also, something else I've been thinking about, like for my world building, right? I've been thinking I should add, I call it like, what I want is to, I want to 3D model a phone pretty much, or like a tablet in the style of like a cyberpunk setting. Hot wings. Oh, that could work. But damn, that's gonna be hard making hot wings look realistic. That's certainly like more an organic shape than like inorganic or just a design shape, pretty much. But I'm willing to give it a try. I do need to find good textures. Does that mean I have to just make hot wings in real life and then take pictures of both sides of the hot wing and then Photoshop it and add it to the mesh? That could be funny. But yeah, I was thinking about, it would be cool if I made like cyberpunk cell phones or a cyberpunk tablet, which we then can also use during our stream instead of the regular phone that I made before. There is also something I mentioned a while ago, is like the materials, right? We could make ingots or ores or crystals, like whatever is mined on Mars. We also have to imagine a payment system. I feel like in a dystopian future, there wouldn't be a lot of like physical coins, right? Nor would there be paper money. It's mostly like, I'm guessing cards, payment cards, or maybe like USB sticks. You just put your USB stick in some kind of machine and then a number gets detracted from your account. Not like a literal USB stick, but something you just slide in, connect, and then you pay with. Also wondering if it should be wireless or like physical contact. Or you could just order from some restaurant. Oh, true. Oh, because then you get the professional look. Hey, that's a cool idea. Actually, I will be going to the beach in, I think 2 weeks? No. In 4 weeks I'm going to the beach. And I was supposed to go Korean barbecue there. So maybe I can take some pictures of some fancy food there. And then I can use that as reference for my own bar. Yo! Wait, isn't that a great idea? Imagine if I do part of the interior of my bar, that it actually has like a grill inside the table that you can use. So you can use the Korean barbecue style thing. Jinzou Jinn Beach episode. Digital money? Oh, yeah. But I don't want to get too close to crypto, right? So I do want to have something of a physical representation for money. Is it expanded on or upon? This upgraded version should feature more small animations. More, how do you say it? Subtle? More subtle animations as you know what I was also thinking? Like, it would be cool if I actually have guests over in the bar, right? That people are sitting on the chairs. But that means I have to go into character design and let them sit at the table and then have a repeating animation of them drinking or something. Jinn currency, Shang Shung would like to know your location. No! You know what would be funny? If you call it Jinzou coin. Because you know the definition of Jinzou, right? Or like one of the definition of Jinzou is like man-made or artificial. Some could translate it into fake. So it would literally mean like artificial coins or fake coins. There's something I also want to do is like, you know that in most cases you just pay with the normal currency in the world, but I think it would be cool if in my bar there was like a special currency. Like if you are a long-term customer, that you can save up points or something, or like save up coins for future use in the bar. Like if you have been a long-term patron, that you get like a special unique coin made of gold or like something like that, which you can then use at a later date as a favor or something. That could be a cool concept. As in like, oh, you've been a long-term customer of mine, so I'm gonna help you out in the future, and you can use that coin to, well, not really summon me, but more to ask for that favor in return, like a physical reminder of sorts. Let's see. should include golden Jinn coin. Yo, if we have a unique like bar coin, or like, you know how you sometimes have those events where you have like the fake money, like you pay at the entrance and then you turn your real money into like local event money or tickets or like that sort of stuff. Imagine if you have that in the bar and then you have the coin, but the coin would have like the design of the slime on it. On one, at least on one side, it would have the slime as its because you know the coins usually have like two sides to them. One usually has the head of royalty or something, and the other one just has like the bank or like the details or like the numeric value of the coin. Maybe we can use the slime as one side of the coin. Oh, the coin has my face on it? That would be a little bit arrogant, no? then I imagine myself royalty. It could also be more symbolic. Instead of like my face, it could have like certain attributes that I own or have. Like my preferred weapon would be, for example, the chain, right? Like the chain daggers. Like maybe that can be featured on the coin, or maybe my mask, or maybe the slime. Hey, Jinn, Ramadan is near, 1 week away. I'm very excited. Oh, that's gonna be tough, isn't it? For people who don't know, Ramadan is how you call it, like a time period for Islamic people that they can't eat during the sun hours. So they have to eat very early or very late, and then during the day they're fasting. That could work. Also, speaking of bar, do we want a record? Wait, a record bar player? What's a record bar player? Are you talking about jukebox? Uh, 3D model featuring all the specified areas, including decoration, and lighting. Yeah, jukebox. Yeah, definitely jukebox. I've been thinking about it because jukebox is one of the most easiest things to add animation to your scene, because the jukebox usually has like the glowing effect, or has some machine spinning like disc around, that sort of stuff. So yeah, having that would definitely add to the scene. And maybe we can even make like a pre-recorded YouTube video where we showcase the 3D environment. You know those architectural videos where they slowly pan the camera through the interior building and then do very, how do you say it, like close-ups of certain objects, like they rotate around the couch or they rotate around the table, or they travel through the hallway or something, and then highlight certain like paintings, that sort of stuff. That could be cool, because then you can actually see all the detail in that 3D model. It's gonna be tough though, especially the more animation and the more shapes you have in a scene, the heavier it's gonna be on your system. But we can just split it up into shorter scenes and then stick them together in like After Effects. Like a video of introduction to Jinzou Jinn. Yeah. Like it could even be part of like the introduction video of myself, because you can showcase the bar setting and you can have an introduction for myself, right? That's also something I still have to do. Let's see, where was I? One-time 3D model featuring all the specified areas, including decoration, animation, and lighting. And then say suitable for video rendering and let's see, video rendering and future suitable for video rendering and I guess we could say photo rendering. And also you give it a cyberpunk style, definitely. Yeah, I want to keep going for the cyberpunk style. I've been like imagining it, right? But sometimes I'm wondering, like, my model itself doesn't use any cybernetics, right? I do have like the mask, which is my only, I'd say that like cyberpunk-ish object, but it's not integrated into my body, right? But I do want other people in the world building to use cybernetics. Like even in my clothing, you don't notice a lot of like tech wear. But that's also because I'm just working in a bar at the moment, right? So I don't really need it. The devil can regenerate, so that's the answer we could go for. Yeah, there is a reason for the whole not using cybernetics at all on my model. And the same is that I identify as a devil, right? But you don't see any horns, you don't see a tail. And that has to do with this type of the type of devil I am, or like my model is. Because maybe you notice that sometimes I write it down here and there, is that I'm an ascended devil, not a normal devil. And an ascended devil is like the opposite of a fallen angel. So it would make sense that if you're an ascended devil that you lost your horns and tail, right? At least that's how I'm interpreting it. I also didn't want to. I feel like there's like a lot of VTubers that go for like the succubus or like the devil or demon route, and then they all have like the horns. So I figured it would be funny if I just don't have any. Like for my world building, there will be a difference in like demons and devils. So devils are more humanoid shaped, but demons are more like monstrous. Like in Demon Souls where you have like, what is it? The Bell Demon or something, which is actually a monstrosity. But it would be funny if demon and devil would be actually be divided into like two races instead of interchangeable. It's also that demons tend to be more chaotic and devils would be more lawful. If you look at the alignment chart, there are a lot of demon VTubers. Yeah. So how I see it is like demons are like monstrous. They're like beings of chaos. Whenever they pour into a world, they just destroy and take over, right? But I imagine devils would be more subtle about it, because you always have that whole scenario of making a contract with the devil, right? So they're lawful. They uphold their contracts. Like if you can make a good contract with the devil and you read it well, then you can actually protect yourself from any harm, right? Or you can get the contract to be voided if something goes wrong, or you can use it against the devil, something like that. But yeah, devils are usually lawful beings. They might be evil lawful beings, but they're still lawful. Our local Jinn is also some sort of demon. Oh yeah, John is a being of chaos. But even he has some rules he goes by, right? Not going to lie, I'm also going to be the devil or demon style. Really? What are you thinking of? Are you ready to share your ideas, or do you still want to keep it under wraps? I think for the planning, I can just write that I'll be working on it for this project. We will be working on an off stream. Mostly on Mondays. How do you see the whole demon and devil topic? Like, do you see devils as different from demons, or do you use it interchangeably? Like in my world building, I think I want to have like, there should be angels or like fallen angels maybe. There should be devils and demons and humans. I think those are like the primary inhabitants, I think. I think there's also a mention of God in there somewhere, but I haven't really written down a lot about that. Oh wait, maybe I should explain a little bit how I'm imagining God in my world building. So what I'm thinking of is that the God that resides in the world, in my world building, is not like an inanimate being, or like he's a physical being that exists on the material plane, but he just has technology that's so far advanced that no other race can like oppose him, right? Maybe you've seen it in my very early teaser trailer, but there's a space station floating above Mars, and my initial goal was to have God reside in that space station, and that space station is not just a station, but also like a planetary weapon. So it's pretty much like having this sword of Damocles hanging above your head when you're living on Mars, where like God is constantly looking at you with its weapon aimed at your planet. Like if things go wrong, or like if he thinks like, oh, these devils are becoming a little bit too unhinged or going a little bit too far, then he'd like unleash his, I don't know, like orbital cannon or whatever, just blow up the planet. Which makes him sound a little bit more threatening and like direct, and maybe even like more like a dictator than like an all, how do you say that, like I would say he's not necessarily good, he's just powerful. And of course, this god is not any does not have any connection to any real life religion or gods we have in our like, how do you say it, Earth. It's just a separate god, right? It's a fantasy god. For some people, the devil are a low-ranking form of demon. Oh, yeah. There's also the whole story about that devils used to be angels, right? But they are they opposed I think they opposed the Christian God, and then they got cast out of heaven or something, and then they got sent down to hell. So they're sort of like fallen angels by itself, just by being a devil. At least I think that's the Christian interpretation. I'm not sure about the rest. And then you also have something else. This is more on the Islamic side and Middle Eastern pagan belief, but there's also Jinn. And Jinn, not written like my name, but with a D added to it. So D-J-I-N-N, like a Jinn. Which is sort of like a genie, but they're like paranormal beings. Some of them are good, some of them are evil. And I think for Islamic, they are also considered a type of a type of devil, I think, or demon, depending on how you read it, right? That's also a bit where my name came from. Because Jinn can be read in a Japanese way, a Chinese way, but also a Middle Eastern way. Not to say, I'm not claiming that I'm a genie, right? I'm not gonna fulfill your 3 wishes. Oh, there's also the evil interpretation of the 3 wishes, right? Like, oh, you get 3 wishes, but every wish gets corrupted, or you get a bad outcome out of it. That could also be funny. Hmm. Okay, we got the first bit a little bit, and then we need the program of demands. There we go. I should not call it rooms. Okay, so this is what I got taught in architecture a while back, is never talk about rooms when you're doing the interior of a building or trying to appoint certain use cases for certain areas. Never call it rooms, because then you already start thinking in squares. So usually what they say is areas, because you can say like, oh, we need a dinner area and we need a cooking area, and you can combine those 2 areas and it becomes a kitchen. But you can also say we need a dining area and we need a seating area, or like a recreation area where we can just watch TV or something. If you combine the dining area and the food area, wait, no. If you combine the dining area and the recreation area, or like the seating area, lounge room or whatever, you get like the living room pretty much. You can also have like the entertainment area and the sleeping area combined, and then it becomes a bedroom where maybe the kid has a computer on his room, something like that. So usually that's why they say like it's better to talk about areas instead of rooms, because otherwise you're already gonna cut it up. Because if I say dining room, then it's a room just for dining. Or if I say like kitchen, then it's already just a kitchen. But if you break open the wall between the kitchen and the dining room, then suddenly it's like a shared room, right? So that's why it's better to talk about areas, if I'm making sense. So, what do we need as areas? We need a bar area. We need a lounge area. We need staff rest area. We need toilet. We need an entrance. Maybe I should type this a little bit different. What if we grab this thing, move it over here, maybe we should add some color variation as well. Is terrace on 1 R or 2 Rs? 2 Rs. Oh, wait, I'm forgetting this one. There we go. What do you call it? think that's a good word for it. So you can have a hallway, you could have a staircase, you can have front entrance, back entrance. I guess the back entrance would be like connected to an alley. I don't think we should have an elevator. That sounds a little bit too extravagant. Oh, sorry. Let's see. And for the question you asked me, Jinn, one of my ideas for my character is a mirror demon devil. Oh. Well, wait. Would you be hiding in mirrors, or would you be like mirroring someone else's appearance? Mirror demons or devils are usually pretty creepy in the horror movies, right? Where they take on your appearance when in the mirror, and then they start doing different things. I think there was a horror movie where if you looked into the mirror, then you saw your own appearance, but it was actually the devil. And then they would harm themselves in the mirror, and that whatever they did in the mirror to themselves, it would also happen to you in real life. Like, I think that was a horror movie. It depends on the bar style. I think like an elevator would be too big. Although, I guess it also depends on what elevation the bar is at, right? Like if it's a bar in like a back alley or like a local street, then usually you just take a staircase or something to go down or up or whatever. If it's a fancy high-end bar that's very, I say that like exclusive, then there would probably be an elevator, and then the bar would be at the how do you call it? Would be at penthouse level or like pretty high in the skyscraper, right? What would I prefer more? Like the cool thing about having a bar high up in a skyscraper would be I'd say it, you would be able to see the skyline, right? Which is pretty cool. But on the ground level, if you have like windows that are on average people height, then you can actually animate that it, for example, could be raining there, or people would be walking by, like you see legs passing by, even if it's just a silhouette, right? Or you can do an underground bar. Oh yeah. So maybe I should draw that out. What I'm thinking of is like let me give you a color. And then a line like this. Oh. It's acting weird. Never mind. So you can have like a bar like this, which is just, I guess, average height. I'm gonna make a very silly little person. To help me show what I mean. So imagine. Hey Jinn, I was going to say I hope you have a nice day and good to see the stream growing. I got to go prepare for Ramadan. Yeah, go prepare for it. I hope you have a successful Ramadan and stay strong. I know it's difficult to fast during the day, especially if you live in an area where other people are eating. So I wish you best of luck in doing the Ramadan. So this is one setup that you can have, right? Where it's like, oh, it's above ground. Then there's also another version where it's like underground. So you need like a staircase to go down. But there's also another, oh, I'm forgetting the head. There's also another setup where you have it like this. And the cool thing about this setup is that you can have, just imagine this as a window over here. So if you're sitting inside the bar and you're looking out like this, then you don't see like the faces of the people, but you do see like their legs and bottom part of their torso walking by the window, right? Which can be silhouettes, which is a pretty unique perspective. And then of course, if you have a road nearby, you can actually have, sorry for my horrible sketch here, but you can even have like, did that line up? Nope. I think it's lined up now. Anyway, something like this. If you have like cars. Oh, I probably need something. I'm guessing that's good enough for a quick sketch. Here, like this. So if you do it like this, you can have this perspective, right? Where you can just see the cars passing by. If you have, I have to remove this one and this one. I should probably duplicate it to over here and here. So if you have a window in the upper version, it's usually going to be a window like this, right? But that's going to take up a lot of wall space, so you don't have a lot of space to decorate your walls with. And then your view lines would probably be something like this. Should maybe turn this into striped lines. Stroke, dash lines. 6, 2. What about 4? Yeah, something like this. See, the view line is totally different if you do a ground level building or underground. Well, if you're underground, you don't see anything of the street level, right? So it's its own secluded level. But if you do it like hybrid, like halfway underground, then you can have a cool effect. Like imagine if you have like the bar counter somewhere here. Just an idea, right? Oh shit, I just have a weird... Wait, what weird idea? But yeah, these are like things you can think about for the perspective. But for the bar, there's also this situation, right? Usually behind the bar, you want like these kind of displays with like a lot of glasses and maybe some taps inside there. So you can make it full window. You have to like make part of it window. And if it's fully sized like this, then it's gonna eat an entire section pretty much. But if you do it like this, it's only like maybe this section of the wall. What do you call it? Back office? What else are we missing? I should probably also look at some images. Oh, should I add more neon lights to the area? I see a cool images or a cool image that gives a nice example. For example, this one. I'm not sure who made it, but you can see there's some highlighting here, like some light source illumination. And then if you look at it here, it still has the trays over here with like I'm thinking these are glasses over here, a vase, more wine glasses, some water can thing over here, and then a fridge over there. But you can also see that the back is transparent here, so you can actually see a skyline in the background. Maybe not very detailed, but you can see some semblance of it, right? So this is an example of a building that's like in a high-rise tower. You could have 3 bars on different floors and the bars have different purpose. Oh damn, that's... Yeah, well, we could do that, but it's also going to be super intensive to make 3 bar scenes, right? Especially if you're going to have like different themes. Like what I was thinking about is like you have the terrace here, right? So we could have the rooftop terrace maybe. That gives more view of the skyline maybe, and has a little bit of plants maybe, or like hedges maybe. And then you have the nightly skyline with some building lights in the distance. Let's see, then we have the normal bar area, which is mostly the bar with me, and then some bar decorations. I'm not sure about the lounge area yet. Maybe that could feature the windows. Because lounge also means like relaxation, where you can have conversations, right? Bar is more, at least from my perspective, the bar is more work related, right? And the lounge area is where you can sit down. Staff area as a background would more be like behind the scenes, right? After the workday is over. Toilet, I don't see this ever being used during streams, but more for maybe animation, like when I make animated videos. Same for cooking, I think. And then there is entrance. I can see the entrance being used in like an animation as well. Karaoke is something that can be used for animation and for live streams. And the terrace can also be used for live streams and for animation. At least that's how I'm imagining it. Staircase is probably only animation. Hallways, probably also only animation. Front entrance, animation and live stream, I'm guessing. Maybe the startup story, the startup screen. Back entrance. Back entrance is probably animation. Also, I've been looking at, I saw another streamer, he used this VTuber model together like with different backgrounds to make almost like a dating sim. It just had the text bar below, where people could like pick different answers. It was pretty funny. Wait, how hard is it to make? Like, imagine if you have the backgrounds and you have the character art. How hard would it be to make like a simple, well, not really a dating game, but visual novel game? Let's see, cost. As long as your game complies with the Steam terms of service, you'll only need to create an account and pay a one-time fee of 100 USD to publish your game on Steam. They will, however, give you the money back if your game makes $1,000 in gross revenue from sales on the Steam store. Oh shit! We can make our own visual novel. If we make it look nice enough, right? Imagine that. But then we do need an actual proper setting. Like, who are you playing as? Why are you visiting the bar? What's happening at the bar that makes it interesting to make it into a game? I think like visual novel games are probably like the easiest or like the lowest difficulty to do, right? Compared to like actual 3D games or platformers or that sort of stuff. Because there's, from the player's perspective, there's a very limited choice you can have, right? Like in FPS or RPG games, you can go anyway or like anywhere, and people and the developers have to adjust for that, right? But with visual novels, it's usually just you get a scene, you pick an answer, you get a response, and it has a chain reaction to later in the game, right? Where you get certain interactions or like certain endings. Are we gonna make our own Colonel Sanders game? But instead of starting a restaurant, you're working at the bar, or you're a guest at the bar. Could be funny. I still have like an old copy of like RPG Maker. That could also be used. If you do the underground bar, you can add a door that says Door of Hell. But we're already in hell. Wait, maybe I should explain a little bit more of the rule building that I'm going by. So, my idea is that in my lore building, we got Mars. Ta-da! This is Mars, a planet in our solar system. We turn it into in a dystopian, futuristic cyberpunk world, where there is an underground colony on Mars, pretty much. So it's like an underground city, is what you can imagine. So it doesn't poke out of the ground; it's fully submerged or like underground, subterranean. Yeah, I think it's subterranean. Wait, the correct term would be a subterranean hive city. Like, imagine this. And then what I said earlier about there being a god in this world, that would be this. Who is sitting in his space station that keeps rotating. Pardon me. And then we make dash lines. Like this. Also for the normal type visual novel, it's easy to make. Really? Ah. What kind of storyline would be interesting though? Like day-to-day life of the... Oh, that could be cool. Like, imagine you have a bar setting and then you have daily visitors and then you get to hear their story. Like, maybe some miner comes to the bar and just talks about his life as a miner. And then you also get, like, maybe someone corporate who tells his side of the story, that he has to deal with his managers or, like, strict deadlines. And then maybe you have someone else who's just, I don't know, like a computer nerd or something that likes to sit at home, play games. And then they are all visitors in the bar. I guess you could see that as a type of lore, right? Like you tell the lore of the world through the eyes of certain individuals inside that world. And even if those people aren't like connected with each other, they all have a different perspective on that world. Like, how does it look like? How does society look like if it's seen from the perspective of a miner, or like a corporate worker or a banker, or maybe even someone who's a visitor, or maybe a police officer that's off duty, just sipping his fruit drink, trying to relax before the next work day or the next shift. But yeah, that's the idea. We are on Mars, we're subterranean. I should probably add a name to that. Probably make it a little bit smaller. So we call it the layered city. Why? Because there are certain layers to the city, vertical layers. I figure vertical city design would be very cool for a subterranean world, right? Because you don't have to deal with like gravity as much on Mars if it's underground. You can just excavate it into the ground. There's a cafe version of that, but I can't remember. Oh, is it Valhalla? I think it's Valhalla. That's like a cyberpunk cafe simulator where you have to like mix drinks for certain guests because they have certain preferences, and then they tell you there's like sometimes very explicit stories about what they like to do in their free time. That's also a game I really want to play in the future. I think it would be cool. But yeah, this is what I've been thinking of in the grander scheme of things. But for now, we're just focusing on the bar. I think so. Did I write requirements? There we go. So what do we want at the bar? We want how do you call this? Bar service? Faucets. Glass display. Bottle displays. We want a fridge. Fridge would be nice. Ice cube dispenser. Do we want the jukebox to be near the bar? I think so. Knife display, because I have to cut the lemons or cut the oranges, right? Let's see, what else can we think of? Bar, how do you call those seats? Bar seats? Synonym, bar seats. A bar stool. That's the word. Okay, let's look at some reference images. Bar interior. I see glass. Ooh, a cash register. That makes sense. Cash register. Oh, a menu. Menu card display. Nah, not really a display. It's more a card holder. Let's see, what else can we add? You think we should add plants? Like some hanging vines or something? No, maybe we can add that to the lounge area. Okay, next up would be the lounge. So let's say for the lounge area, we need the dining table, sofa, seats, accessories, glasses, potted plant, need light how do you say light fixture? Fixture, do you write it like that? Light fixtures, yes. And then we can add some windows. Oh, cash register, but old style? I'm not sure yet. Maybe just a simplistic one, because what we talked about earlier is that the payment method in the cyberpunk world would not be too physical, right? So maybe it's like a hybrid thing, like a mixture between old and new. Oh, dining table. Let's not forget the Korean barbecue grill plate. That's gonna be a tough one. What about hot pot? Are you guys familiar with hot pot? Let's see if I can find a decent image. Yeah, I think I found something. Is it? There we go. So this is a little bit pixelated, but it's like a special type of table where in the center there's an indent with a heating element. What you do is you put a big pan inside there with a lot of it's sort of like a soup is what you could say. And then what you do is you dip the meat into the soup. Oh, I found a nice image here, like this. See, there's this one is a round soup pot, but this is probably the spicy one, and this is the less spicy one on the bottom side. And then you got over here, you got the meats, the raw meat, and you just dip it into the sauce, or like the boiling soup, pretty much, and that will how do you say that? Like boil or prepare the meat. So you usually only have to dip it in for like what, 20 seconds, and then the meat will already be ready to be eaten. And it also absorbs the spices and the vegetables that are also in the soup. And by the end, all the meat that has been like soaking inside the soup also gives off the flavor to like the soup. I'm going to bonk you. Have you been on Korean or like have you done a hot pot before? Maybe this is a better image. This one. Because you can see like there's like a lot of different things you can add to the hot pot. And then there's also the Korean barbecue table. I have it, but I always wanted to try one. Yeah, you should definitely try it if you have the chance. Like, this is the Korean barbecue table. So instead of like an indent in the table where you can put the soup pan, you just got a grill integrated into the table. And as you can see, you just got the raw meat on plates, and then you have to grill it yourself on the table. So you put it on, turn it around, wait till it's ready. And you can also put like other stuff on it. It's amazing. So that could be a fun idea for the food area. And then we should probably also look for like a type of seating, restaurant seating. Oh, I like this one. Look at this one. Don't look at the colors for now. It's just the shape, right? So you have like these different little areas where each has their own privacy screen, and then you got the table in the center. Now imagine that's like a table that has both the Korean grill and the Korean barbecue, and also the hot pot indent in it. I haven't, but I want to try one. I'm rising the bonk bar slowly. Bat. Oh, should I add that? Wait, maybe that's a cool idea for like if I ever order emotes again. I already have like an order of 5 emotes at Doodle, But maybe emote number 11 till 15, we can actually add something with a bat, like a baseball bat, to bonk. But then the question is, am I the one with the baseball bat, or would I use the slime with the baseball bat? Let's see, what else is there? I think something that gives a little bit of privacy would be nice. Oh shit, this looks cool. Look at this. So now you have this shape over here and then this shape over here, but there's also a backside over there. So imagine that you combine the two images. So you have a U-shaped seating area, but then in the middle you got like this table with the hot pot and a Korean barbecue. And then you have like maybe some fancy lights or candles. Use the slime with a bat? I will note it down then. Alright, let me actually write it down. Alright, added. Let's see, what else do we have? You also have to think about like what kind of material are you going to use? Are you going to use not metal, but are you going to use like soft fabric? Are you going to use leather or something else? Oh, this is also a cool idea. Hey, look at this. Ah, did I edit it? It's not adding it. Why is it not adding it? Copy, copy. There we go. This one. So here, apparently the sofa is like rounded. So you can have like 2 or 3 of those hooked together to make a U shape and then have the table in the middle, which then would be more like a round table instead of a square table. Oh, I see something super fancy for the bar, by the way. Yeah, look at this. So what interests me here is that the bar surface over here is very white. It has some like candle decoration on it, but it's also the pattern that looks nice. And then there's some light coming over the bottom. Like some highlights. Because it's going to be weird to bonk yourself. Yeah, it depends who needs to do the bonking more often. If I have to bonk people, then I'd be holding the bat. But I think it's mostly gonna be the other way around. It could also be... I saw something on someone else's channel is where they had like the water spray. Like they had an emote where they got sprayed pretty much. If they did something bad. As if they were a cat pretty much. I think it sort of happens on John's channel as well. There's a person called Rory, I think, on John's channel that always sprays him. Even if he's beating it, even if he's innocent. let's make this image a little bit smaller so we can fit it in. There we go. Yes, John. Oh, let's add some cyberpunk to it as well. As you can see, cyberpunk settings are usually a little bit darker. And they got a lot of like illuminated, like almost like neon color displays. Oh, this could be interesting. Laser needs that too. Oh, definitely. I feel like Laser needs it more, actually. I like this one. Here you can definitely see like there's a highlight on the glass displays here. And then there's also the highlight below the bar surface. And there's some like highlighting at the top corridor. And there's even more bar areas over here. But this is very zoomed out. Oh damn, people are making out here in this corner. Uh-oh. Also, they added some layer of depth to it by using these semi-transparent, I'm guessing it's like rebar. Yeah, but wait, but the water is holy water? You sure the holy water is gonna win? I have my doubts. That's a big image. What am I gonna do? This. Oh, wow, this is a totally different type of night bar. Yeah, look at this one. See? This one has like the sky bar pretty much. You can see the city skyline in the background again. And this looks more... this looks a little bit more underground, but you can still see the windows in the background. So I'm still... Nope, but it's going to annoy him a bit. Oh, yeah, definitely. This looks like a rooftop bar, almost. Like, you don't see any ceiling here. Oh, wait. So something interesting we could maybe try is to do something like this. If we do something like this, then we can have windows over there. Like this. That still shines a little bit of light into the bar, maybe. Would that work? If it was something like this. Maybe not at the same corridor. Like maybe at the like maybe at the bar it would be something like this, and then at the lounge area it would be something like this. Just an idea. Oh, cool. Someone made a battle map for Cyberpunk. Look at that. Oh, someone called Frag Maps. Apparently he has a Patreon where he uploads a lot of his battle maps for a Cyberpunk setting, like a futuristic fight scene. That's cool. Let's use one as a reference for the street view. Here you can see it from the top down, right? So you can see like, oh, there's like a way to cross the street without actually having to cross the street. The street in the center actually has lights in it instead of just being white. There's like some highlights or like some illumination, neon bar signs, a lot of metallics, street decorations, a very sci-fi looking car, dark alleyways, some trucks, and of course don't forget the rooftops with all the air conditioning and installations, advertisement signs. Yeah, we can use this as a reference. I'm looking at an image, but it looks a little bit too messy. Oh, this one looks nice. Question, Jinn, what was your first D&D character? My first D&D character was a very basic one because I did that sort of on purpose, just to get used to the game. It was a variant human. Let's see. Yeah, he was a variant human fighter. And he went Battle Master. And then I also became a multi-class in Rogue. And then within the Rogue class, I picked the subclass of Thief. So the Thief has the benefit of using items as a bonus action. So I could actually like throw like oil flask or caltrops or ball bearings as a bonus action, or I could use a potion as a bonus action, which really widened my options. And then because I picked Battle Master, I could add a lot of effects to my normal attacks. So I could combo, if you think about it. Like, I could disarm, and then... No. The correct order is I could trip attack, disarm with advantage, and then push attack. If I did it in that order, then after they are tripped, I get advantage because they're on the floor. So it's easier to disarm them. And if I disarm them first and then push them back, that means they're 15 feet away from their weapon. That means they have to approach me unarmed to get their weapon back. And they're also on the floor. So they have to stand up to lose half their movement points. And then move to me. Which is probably gonna already cost like, what? 30 points at least, or like 30 feet of movement, just to get back to me, pick up the weapon. But in that time, I could have already picked up the weapon, or like someone else could have picked up the weapon. So that's a cool mechanic. You could just disarm someone and steal their weapon. And as a feat, I used, let's see, the first feat that I picked was Lucky. Because of course, it's funny to have to re-roll your rolls and hopefully get better results. But I didn't abuse it too much. So what I did is I never really used Lucky aggressively, like the Lucky feat. I only used it when I was in danger of dying. So if I had low HP, or if I was about to be immobilized, or if I was... let's see, doing death saving rolls. I think you could use the Lucky feat for that as well. Like that sort of stuff. So I didn't really use it to like attack, but I used it more defensively. Like, I'm super lucky if the tables are turned against me. Then I have a chance to re-roll fate, pretty much. And another feat that I picked was Magic Initiate. And I think... I'm not sure anymore. I think I picked Sorcerer. And I used... that allowed me to use 2 abilities. And I think one of them was Lightning Lure, which is like an electro whip that pulls people closer to you. Which is nice, because then if an enemy goes to the wizard, I could just lightning lure them and then pull them closer to me. It's pretty much like Scorpion saying like, get over here. You can just pull people closer and then away from your party members. And I'm not sure what the other one... Oh, yeah, I remember. Protection against good and evil was my first level spell. So whenever I was fighting undead, demons, fae, or like those kind of special creatures, then I would get advantage on my attacks, I think, and the enemy gets disadvantage against attacks against me. So it was sort of like a tanky kind of guy, because I was lucky, and then I also had like the protection cast on myself. And I could pull people away from the squishies. But I didn't go full tank. Because the weapons I was using was a unique Mastercraft gauntlet that acted as an unarmed weapon. And the other one was a scimitar. Or scimitar. So yeah, that's how I played my first character. He originally started as chaotic neutral, I think. But the party I was playing with was kind of unique. The DM initially said, like, no evil characters. So I just followed that. I said, okay, no evil characters, then I'm gonna make a good character. And, well, apparently some of the party actually just made evil characters in disguise. Wait, for your first character you went to degen route? Wait, did you become a bard? No, it's let's see. Yeah, like my character's morals were more like, I'm a mercenary, you can hire me to do certain stuff. But even then, I still have a moral code. For example, the background lore of my character is that he was a mercenary because he was trying to earn some money because his sister ran an orphanage. So whenever he earned money from his mercenary work, he would send it over to the orphanage so they could feed the children or like expand the building or take care of the children pretty much. So even though he was like morally gray slash almost morally gray is probably the best word, because he would steal, he would he was pretty much a Tomb Raider, pretty much. Like, he would steal from the dead, but he would still leave something behind. Like, he wouldn't take 100% of all the loot. He would probably take about 70% and still leave some behind. Nope, Warlock. Ah. So what kind of patron did you have? Did you have a devil mommy? Because that's a trope these days. Like, my patron actually wants to date me, so they made a deal with me. I get powers if I go on a date once a week with them. Nah, but yeah, I just played it morally gray, so I stole a little bit from like tombs. I wouldn't. The best rule would probably be I wouldn't steal from the living. Like, I wouldn't steal from just a regular shopkeep. But I would steal from evil guys. Or like, sort of like a Robin Hood rule, I guess. But eventually I noticed that my party was kinda evil, yeah. So we had a wizard that became a necromancer. We had a tiefling dancer. I think she was a monk, but she flavored it as a dancer. She had no issue like sacrificing some kind of nun or priestess on top of a spiky crystal to revive some kind of elder god or whatever. And I was like, yo, this sounds evil. Why are you doing this? Like, even though that the voice she was hearing was telling her like, she would get everything she would desire. It was obviously a trap, right? So, but yeah, they just went along with it. They didn't have any like moral doubting, I guess, during roleplay. So they also started to feel a little bit evil. And then we also had a goblin rogue, who, yeah, goblins pretty much. And I think the last member, who played once in a while, he was... what are the names of those dark elves again? There's like the underground elves, right? The dark-skinned ones with the white hair. I forgot their name. But yeah, he was playing one of those, and I think he was pretty annoying as a player. Sorry to say this, but whenever we had puzzles that we had to solve together, whenever he got the hint or he got the information because he spoke the language or he could read the writing on the wall or something like that, he just wouldn't share it with the group, which forced us to roleplay as if we didn't know it, instead of him just sharing it and then we could just move on. Like, certain puzzles that could be solved in like 10 minutes tops just took like 40 minutes because he just wouldn't share the knowledge he had. Like, yeah, cool that you know this, but why are you weaponizing this against the group? Eventually, in our stories, we encountered another necromancer who was also of the same race, like a dark elf. So, of course, the necromancer was interested in that necromancer to see if he could learn any spells from the other necromancer, so he was friendly. And then there was also the dark elf, who was the same race as the other dark elf, and they were complaining that the dwarves were racist against them. So, yeah, they just let him go. And guess what? 5 days later, that dark elf attacked the dwarven main capital with a huge army of skeletons. And yeah, they didn't lift a finger to help. So yeah, the city pretty much got overran, and we just had to flee. Well, I tried to still help, but no success. Like, I literally had to use 3 stacks of lucky from the lucky feat just to get out alive, because they fucked up so royally. Let's see, the dungeon I play with had some patrons, and I chose the... okay. What's a good word to actually change it into? If I want to avoid the YouTube overlords looking down on me for saying it out loud. Let's see. Let's call it the fertility god. Right? That I guess that would fit. Oh, this could be a nice reference. But I actually only want this side. I don't think I can cut it though. Maybe if I just put this to front, because I'm mostly interested in this. It's like the big number on the wall, and then like the electricity wires, and then like the piping that goes around, and the air conditioners that are here. Oh, this is just a ladder, but it adds some depth to it. Trash bags and a bicycle. So illumination. Yeah, it looks nice. Ah, the smut god. So, I wonder, were you a pure warlock? Like, what kind of build did you go for? Like, were you hexblade? Were you, did you have a book, like a tome? Or are you a warlock of the chain? I guess like both chain and book would work for you, because either you have a dirty book on you or you have like chains with you, which is like another smut type activity, I guess you could say. Okay, this is also a cool one. It's not too detailed, but it gives an idea. Like, you have those garage doors, pretty much. How do I resize it a little bit? There we go. So you see these garage doors that can quickly add some detail to an environment as well. And then you have like these apartments above the street level that are interesting. And then we found another one, which has a little bit more junk in it. Let's see. Oh, that's a cool one. I actually just found a straight up floor plan here. We can analyze it a little bit. So the main entrance is here, and then there's a counter here, probably the reception-ish area, where you can say like, oh, I made a reservation, and then they point you to your seat, which is either the low seats near the window or one in the center here. And then I'm not sure if these are like tiny. Yeah, I think these are tiny seats. I'm not sure about it, but these look like tiny seats. Or it's just decorative. Could also be it. It was the book. I don't know if I can say the name of the book. Oh, it's a smut book. It's the Smutronomicon. But here they have like... Oh, okay. I'm guessing this is like desserts or something that they're having on display. And then there's like a bigger kitchen at the back. This looks like a proper restaurant kitchen where they have like two... Maybe this is like storage and this is the kitchen area. And then over here they have a staircase that leads upwards, I think. And then over here is a door to a storage area underneath the staircase. That also has... No, that's a window, I think. Huh? No. It should be a door, but it almost reminds me of a window. And then there's also a door over here, from what I can see, to this very tiny corridor. I am kind of curious because this symbolizes windows. Why is there so many windows in the kitchen though? It feels a little bit strange. Let's see. Main entrance, shelves. Okay, number 2 is shelves. Okay, yeah. Takeout window, number 3. Number 3. Where's number 3? I'm guessing that's over here. Or is it somewhere else? Oh, it's over here. What? Why is it there, the staircase? There's no window there. Big table. 4. 5 is the bar. 5 is the bar. Where's the bar? Six, 1, 4, 2. I don't see number... Oh, wait, here. Is this the bar? That sounds a little bit strange. Dining area 6. Okay. Very tiny dining area. Staff lounge number 7. This doesn't look like a lounge area at all for staff. Pastry kitchen is 9. Okay, yeah, this is what I guessed, the kitchen. Then there's 9. No. 8 is the pastry kitchen, and then 9 is the food kitchen, and then 10 is the storeroom. Okay, yeah. It feels a little bit weird as a layout. I don't think I like this one though. Let's see if we can find some others. Oh, this is a cool one. Hey, check this one out. It's not a 2D floor plan, but it gives pretty good visuals. My character was a tiefling chaotic neutral. Of course, of course. If you're gonna pick someone chaotic neutral, it has to be a tiefling, right? And if it's like the type of patron that you picked, of course. Let's see, my second character? I think it was the Warforged. Yeah. My second character was an unarmed barbarian Warforged. Who would never sleep and always be in sentry mode. But I played him in a way where when the party met him, he well, not really pretended, but I played it as if he had memory loss. So he would just ask the party, like, who's the operator or like who's the supervisor, and then he would just abide to the rules that chosen he would abide to the rules of that chosen operator or like supervisor, because that's how he would see them, right? And then he would learn from them. So if the supervisor or operator did something bad, then eventually he's gonna do that as well. It's pretty much like like a baby. The baby observes and then it copies the behavior of the parent. That's how I played that barbarian Warforged. His main thing was charm. Charisma. So, of course, there was another goblin rogue in that party who proclaimed himself the operator or like the supervisor for my Warforged. And of course, he was evil-ish. So he would just steal everything and say to me that, oh yeah, that's fine, that's okay to do. Eventually, I started doing it too. And he would murder, sometimes just backstab people, like the NPCs. And then I started doing it too. Like, I just copied his behavior because I was learning from him, is how I played that character. And eventually, that got out of hand pretty much because, yeah, they taught him the wrong things, and eventually he pretty much rebelled. Which is pretty much like, how to say that? They created their own monster, pretty much, is how I went with it. Like, if they would have been nice, if they were a good example of morals or moral values, then that character would have ended as a good guy as well. But because they kept stealing, kept like murdering, kept betraying or lying or whatever, they pretty much taught the robot or like the Warforged to do the same thing. So it backfired on like the party eventually. Which was pretty funny. The DM was all for it because the DM was sick of that goblin always messing stuff up. So eventually I managed to steal the money of the goblin, and then I hightailed it out of there. How should I explain this? Like, I played the Warforged, and eventually he saw the opportunity to steal the money that the goblin was stealing all this time, and then he stole it for himself, and then he just disappeared out of the campaign, and then I just rolled a new character. He was not happy with it, but since DM wrote him out of the story correctly, that he just disappeared or like went on his own way, he couldn't get his money back anymore. And he was actually wondering like, wait, but why did he do that? Well, you taught him it was okay to steal and rob and murder even from your friends. So, of course, he's gonna copy that behavior. You created him. You made him who he was. So that was a nice situation. Let's see. If we look over here, we see the main entrance over here. Then there's this weird reception, I think. It looks a little bit weird because there's a lot of display on display here, which most restaurants don't really do. Where's the... Would this be the reception then? Oh yeah, okay, I think I get it. So you come inside here through this door, I think. You go to the reception and then you say, oh, I have a reservation at 9 o'clock. And then they say like, oh, okay, could you give us 5 minutes? And while you're waiting 5 minutes, you can take a seat over there in this corner. So this is like a temporary seat, I'm guessing. But I'm not sure what this is. Is this like desserts or something? But why would they put it in such a weird corner, separate from the rest of the restaurant, and also not close to the could it be the exit? Like you enter through this door and you exit through that door. Maybe that's it. But anyway, yeah, after taking a seat for like 5 minutes, they say like, oh yeah, your table is prepared, and then you walk with this with your waiter pretty much up to your table or to the bar or whatever where you're sitting. I do notice that these are more like cafe seats. I'm looking more like these kind of lounge, like these sofa kind of seats. Cool thing is also that there are bars in the center, so people can sit at both sides, and you get a lot more depth out of this. That's an interesting setup. Maybe I should copy that over. My second character was a human child necromancer who had the souls of his parents. Oh, she. Like, was he evil, or was it more like, oh, the parents are like protecting him? He can summon his parents to fight for him or something like that. I also played a necromancer. Wait, no. Did I play a necromancer? Only a very short time, I think. Yeah. So I had a Warforged necromancer that was also partially fighter. He was pretty much like a Death Knight. But I made his visual look like as if he was just a knight in armor. So you couldn't see he was Warforged. And people began to question like, wait, why does this dude never sleep? Why does he never take off his mask? Or like his helmet? Not realizing that his helmet was actually just his head, because he was literally made out of a suit of armor as a Warforged. So eventually he started suspecting that he must be a leech or like some undead creature. There was one party member that tried to take off his helmet, but because my character never slept, he saw him coming. And the next day, because that guy that tried to take the helmet, he said like, oh, I'm gonna wait till he falls asleep and then take his helmet. But since I never fell asleep, he just exhausted himself by next morning because he never slept. So he had 1 stack of exhaustion on him. But yeah, he was... the way I did it with the necromancer is that this Death Knight pretty much would go after criminals, and if he found them guilty, he would kill them and then raise them as undead. And the reason why he did it is so they, even if they were evil in life, they can still do some good in death. Like, he would use these undead, like these zombies or skeletons, to fight important battles. Although there were also some he would send to like an undead prison, pretty much. The spirits were keeping him safe. Ah, that's a nice story. Yeah, so you could pretty much just tell that guy that I played, the necromancer / fighter Warforged, it was pretty much like a jailer of the damned kind of guy. He obviously had speak with death, so you could actually talk to victims and then find out who the criminal was. Let's see, there are toilets over here. I'm not sure what this is. This seems like another reception area and a very tiny office space. I'm not sure why you have that over there. And then you have a very big kitchen with more seating / tables. I'm not sure what that's about. Like, I like certain aspects of this interior, which is like the center bar thing. I like that there's like a corner waiting area. It looks cool. And then that there's like I think I want more like the sofa kind of seatings from the other picture. Where is it? Like these kind of things, or these kind of things. And then we still need a stage, of course. Also, there's no staircase in that example. I tried looking up karaoke bar, but if you look for karaoke bar, it's mostly just karaoke rooms. Oh, that's an interesting layout. Let's look at that. We can make this a little bit smaller. Let's see, outside seating is over here. We don't have that. Here's the entrance then. There's a little bar space on this side. I'm guessing this is going to be a tall wall. And then behind the tall wall is going to be like the sofa seatings with the chairs opposite. And then 2 dining tables with 4 seats. Then a group seating for if you're a bit a big group. And it seems that there is a separate karaoke room over here. I'm guessing these are like single people seatings. Like if you're just here to eat alone, then you can just, I guess, stare at a wall or something. Just do your own thing. There's a kitchen and a toilet in the back side. Yeah, I like the subversion that the necromancer isn't necessarily evil. Like he's using dark arts to do good, something like that. Oh, this is a cool image. Okay, we're gonna keep that one and then add this one on top. I don't think we had this one yet. Yeah, here you can see those sort of... You can see the sort of sofa corner vibe with like the... with like a lounge table, I guess. With a lot of like glassy panels in the background that reflect the light. So it makes the room look bigger. Like this is obviously a wall behind it, but because of the light that's reflecting inside the glass, it makes it look much more bigger. Much more bigger. Let's see, can I do this and then put it there? Move you over there. Let's see, what else do we have? Damn, that looks super nice, this one. Look at this. Look at this. That's super cool. Like they have very fancy lighting fixtures. They have some like oriental-ish statue, but it's like pixelated on the staircase. And then you got these nice... It's like... It's sort of like the thing that I described earlier, where you have those like U-shaped seatings, but it's more like oval here. And it isn't like a sharp corner at the end. Like people can just sit here at the edge and still partake on this table, right? And then you got these like very fancy rebar dividers that split up the room a little bit. You got some glass things hanging in the distance. And then you have like the gold reflective things all the way in the back that reflect some light. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna use of that, but it certainly looks interesting, especially like with the staircase and the statue in there. And I feel like if you do that too much, then your bar is gonna be too big and gonna start looking like a restaurant, right? Let's see, a short version of my character lore is that his parents died because of an accident, and that that first time his magic shows up, he thought he was healing them, but it was not. And after the accident, the family what? Did they like banish him? What do you guys think? Should I go for like an open karaoke space in the bar so that everyone in the bar can see it, or should we turn it into a karaoke room so it's like more of a type of reservation you can make? So you can say like, oh, I'd like to go to the bar, but instead of going to the public space, we want a private karaoke room. Oh, after the accident, the family blamed him for the accident. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, that makes it for an interesting story, right? And then, because he's probably like blamed for the accident, he is banished, and then he joins the adventuring party. Something like that. Maybe I should look for karaoke stage. Oh, that's a cool one. Yeah, that works way better. Maybe I should have looked for that earlier. Let me share it with you guys. This one. I should probably move this a little bit over here. But yeah, I'm talking about this one. So over here, you got like these seating areas, right? These corner sofas that I was talking earlier about. And then you got these tables. We could replace these tables with something else. A different type of table. And then over here is the little stage, which in this case has a full-on drum. Drum, a guitar, a bass, I think. No, this is the guitar, that's the bass. And then a microphone. And this is open concept, so people can actually sit here, drink their drink, and enjoy the karaoke show. That's a nice design. Yeah, I know, right? And then you can see that there is like a mirror at the back side. And the benefit of this mirror at the back side is that it makes the room look twice as big, even though it's just half the size. And they also did it on this side, where you have the reflective glass, I think that it is. That makes it look as if the room is also moving onward into that direction. Well, this is just a glass panel. This is still a mirror. And this is also glass. I'm actually surprised by the amount of glass in this room, because usually when you do music or sound or like that sort of stuff, don't you want to avoid glass or hard surfaces like that echo your sound, I think? But still, nice design, nice design. I'd wonder though how I can make this visual for the karaoke, I mean. Because I'm still limited to my 3D model, right? That which has just a full frontal view. Unless I can position him differently so he looks better inside the scene. And maybe instead of like these glass panels behind the stage, I would maybe do a virtual display with like animations on it. That could be cool. Maybe just put it down here. Let's see, and the party was hella confusing, like why is a child here? It was so fun doing the RP for it. Yeah, I bet. That's usually the most fun, right? If you have like a unique character idea. Man, that makes me want to play D&D again. It's been like, what, 2-3 years that I last played D&D. I need to get my fix, my D&D fix. Wait, there's also a Hard Rock Cafe, right? Hard Rock Cafe stage. Yeah, I like this one. So, something like this. So, imagine you have like this kind of stage, and then you have those light fixtures on the side like this, and then at the top and at the other side. But then instead of having just a wall in the center background, you'd actually have like a giant TV or projector that just plays like an animation. For example, you can play an animation of fire, or you can make an animation where it's snowing, or an animation where, I don't know, it's raining, depending on which song it is, right? I'm making my own D&D story? Really? You're gonna DM it? That sounds cool. I'm not sure what size to make it, to be honest. That's fine, I think. We just need one more picture maybe in the corner, and then we're finished with our sort of mood board, I guess. Oh, that's a good reference. More for the street view, maybe. Just to get an idea of like what the buildings could look like. And then let's do one last one. This is to give the idea of silhouettes walking by the window, right? As if the city is actually alive. Question, what was the most bullshit thing you did in D&D? In what way? Like, bullshit in something bad I did to the party, or something bad that happened to me? Or just something unrealistic? Because honestly, I don't think I broke that many rules in D&D. Like, usually I just played by the rules, or the interpretation of the rules, right? And I'm not really the type to try to get away with, like, weird shit. Like, I know the thing exists about the human railgun mechanic. Or like some weird rules about gravity, or some weird rules about fall damage, or whatever. I think the funniest thing I did though was when I was that Warforged barbarian. He was in the old rule set of Warforged, so he had like a big frame or something like that, and that allowed him to carry double his weight capacity, or like double his push, pull, and carry capacity. And then if you go barbarian and you go totem barbarian, and I think it was bear, if you pick bear totem for the first benefit, then you can also double it. So I think by rule I could pick up like 1200 lbs of objects without straining myself. So I could pick up some boulders, some trees, and maybe some like gate doors, and just use them as weapons. Which is pretty funny. I tried to get my DM to give me an anchor, but yeah, he didn't want to give me an anchor. Would it be funny if I could just smash people with an anchor? Like I can do like what Nautilus does in League of Legends. The most crazy thing you and your party members did? I sadly suffered from a pretty strict DM. Our DM was so strict that even though we were like level 7, we only had like 75 gold to our name per person. Like, we were hella poor. He didn't want to give us too many magic items, or like wealth because he was just afraid of what we would use it for. But in the end, we could barely pay for the repairs of our weapons, or like staying in an inn or going anywhere, which made it sort of like uninteresting almost to go on an adventure. I think that's why the group also fell apart for the first group, because we barely got any money, so we couldn't even upgrade to like scale armor, or like, you know, you have like different leather armors and different medium armors and heavy armors. Like we couldn't even afford one upgrade because that's like already like 200 gold or like 300 gold. And that's after playing for like half a year. After half a year, we still only had 75 gold to our name. I think I played D&D a total of like 4 or 5 times. One time I tried to DM, but yeah, that group didn't stay together either for long. I had an entire scenario written where like an orc raiding party was attacking the town, and then initially you would think that the orcs are evil, but later down the line you would learn that, oh, the orcs actually had some intel that in the underground, I guess you could say sewage, or like the underground of the city or like the village, there was actually some illitids, like the mind flayer, and that they were controlling the village from the shadows. So some villagers were actually like hypnotized or enthralled by the mind flayers. So eventually you would learn that the orcs weren't the bad guys in this case, but it was actually the mind flayers that were like controlling the village from the underground. So you'd had to eventually come back to that place and do peace negotiations with the orcs so they would help you liberate the village. And then you had to like raid the sewage of the, well, the like the underground section of the castle and the sewage and that sort of stuff, and kill the mind flayers. At least that was my idea. We never got to it. Because the first time when the orcs attacked, they had to flee. Because they were like of sound mind, right? And they didn't know what was going on. And the orc party, or like the orc raiding party, was like 40 orcs big. So the initial mission was them pretty much fighting and fleeing towards the harbor to hopefully grab the lost ship and escape the town. And then in the next town they could recuperate, and it would be like a mining town that had issues with like transport and mining supply, or like, how do you call it? Like the transport routes were cut off by goblins, and the mines were taken over by kobolds. So you had to solve 2 problems there. And you could do it on like multiple ways, or that was the idea. Like maybe you could just kill the goblins and then kill the kobolds, or you could just only kill the goblins and be on your way and leave them to suffer the kobolds. How do you say it? Like suffer from the kobolds. You don't solve all their problems, or perhaps you would attack the kobolds, liberate the mine, or like free the mine so they could actually make some weapons or tools or armor, and then you could fight the goblins. There was also the method of planting incriminating evidence at both parties. So for example, you could kill a goblin and then leave behind a kobold weapon, or you could go to the kobold camp and then leave behind a goblin dagger or something like that. And then the 2 parties would, like the kobolds and the goblins, would fight each other and weaken each other. And then you could like sweep in to take over, pretty much. You could like kill the leftover forces of both sides. Who knows? Maybe you could even do like peace negotiations with the kobolds. Like, oh, we deliver you this and that if you can give us this and that. But yeah, the farthest we got in that campaign idea of mine was we arrived at the mining town, and then people got busy. I think one even had like military service issues where he had to go to do military training, and since he wasn't there, then the others also didn't want to play. Let's see, the most bullshit thing I and my party did was nuke 2 of the main kingdoms and then blame them one of other. Oh, they blamed each other. Yeah. It's pretty much like my goblin and kobold situation, right? Where you could blame each other or plant evidence against each other. And true, it's pretty difficult to find a good DM. Because it's tough work to be a DM though. I have been working on some stuff though to make DMing a little bit easier. Like a while back I was working on the D&D generator, right? That just gives a simple location, an event that's happening, and then eventually it should also give you a quest and a reward. So it becomes easier to actually do that sort of stuff. It just gives you like the big idea, not the details. And I think if you use Blender well enough with a random seed generator, you can actually make some like cave layouts or like castle layouts. And that would probably save a lot of time, because making like battle maps and floors yourself is time consuming. But also using like the designs of someone else is gonna be problematic, especially if you're a streamer, right? You don't know if they're okay with you using their maps in live streams. And then the good battle maps are of course paid content. So that also makes it more difficult. Let's see, we don't really need any requirements for the toilet, cooking area, entrance. The line. You can try to play D&D with John and Shin, DM, and the others. Yeah, true. But we do need to find a full party then. Like, John and Shin both said they would be down to play in D&D. But I'm not sure if DM wants to play. There was also Kai, but I think they were also already in another DM group. For the map, you could ask them if it's okay to use their maps. True. But that's also a lot of like management things you have to deal with then, right? Is this game or theme? Oh, you mean what I'm working on? It's the background for my bar scene during streams, and also for future animations. So I'm not sure if you ever seen it before. I can show you right now. I have a bar scene for my streams where I can go to if I just want to talk. And I want to expand that a little bit to feature more of the interior when I'm doing that kind of stuff. So I can show you right now. So as you can see, this is just as a bar scene, right, that I made. And it's slightly animated with like the light flickering, but I feel like it's not alive enough, right? It's pretty much like an empty restaurant, and I feel like I want to have a little bit more animation and maybe have 1 or 2 guests sitting here. He's brainstorming. Yeah, that's it. I'm brainstorming ideas pretty much. So this is what it looks like now, but I want to make it look nicer. I want to upgrade it. So that's what I'm working on. I'm just doing the documentation. Like, this is the original over here, and I'm going through like every like bit of description, like why I want to change it, what do I want to change it to, what's the end plan of everything, and then what are the demands for certain areas. Like, hey, in the bar, it's important to have a bar surface. You want faucets, you want glass display, bottles, fridge, ice cube dispenser, jukebox, bartender. Yeah. That's the theme for me as a VTuber. Like, I'm an ascended devil bartender from an underground city situated on Mars. Very complicated, right? But I hope to do more stuff with that in the future. Like, at the moment, it's just like VTuber lore, right? But it would be cool if I can make animations or get a comic made. I think when I debuted, I even had that in my presentation. Like, I want to do world building. I want to do comic, maybe webcomic stuff. Like, hire someone to make a webcomic. Not necessarily about me, but like about the world that my model is partaking in or situated in. And of course, the rule of my bar is that I always serve non-alcoholic drinks. It's only fruit drinks. No alcohol here. At least that's the idea. Let's see, for the rooftop terrace, we want the skyline, the planters. Decorative lights. We want the skyline, but what's the skybox? Skybox. Skybox is a little bit of a problem. I'm guessing red. And then decorative lights could be white, blue-ish. So there's like a gradient to it. You'd be surprised with some VTuber lores. Yeah, like some of the VTuber lores can be very complicated, but to be honest, sometimes it's just written text, right? But they don't really do much with it. And I don't mean that as a complaint. I'm just meaning that as they don't integrate it into anything else that they're doing, right? Have you seen Movie Passenger? Wait, like a movie called Passenger or a movie called Movie Passenger? I don't think I've seen a movie called Passenger. Is it like a new movie? Oh, maybe sound design wise we could do something interesting as well. Cityscape or gray noise. Do you call it gray noise? Should I call it ASMR? I guess it's not really ASMR. Oh, I should add that to the bar. Like, I think sound design is also pretty important in these kind of areas, right? Like, if I go to the bar scene that you have like some clinking glasses or like people like talking in the background, just to add to the vibe that there are actually people sitting there. So bar background sounds. There's a bartender like that space stuff. Oh no, it's old. Have a bar at a spaceship. Passenger. Oh, is that where one guy wakes up way too soon on the spaceship that's traveling to another planet, and then the bartender is actually a robot? Is that the one? Passenger. Movie. Yeah, I think it's that one. And then he wakes up some girl way too soon, right? Yeah, that's Chris Pratt. Yeah, I've seen that one. Although they were kind of screwed that they got out of hypersleep or cryosleep or whatever way too soon, so they would never reach the end destination. I'm not sure if they froze themselves in at the end or what happened at the end. I'm not sure. Wait, let's look it up. I'm curious now. They decide to stay on the Avalon together instead of returning to their original destination. Ah. Point is to make some space theme to make it lively. Wait, in what sense do you mean that? Like, we got some mood things that we're going for. Like, we want to integrate some, like, hot pot tables. We want to do some Korean grill tables. We want sort of like these seat corners, but not necessarily in this style. Like, we're just looking at, like, the sofa, like the soft seating, but then with the Korean barbecue tables. And then there's like the fancy bar. And I noticed that this bar is also centered. Like how I had my original bar in like in this image is like this one is just situated against the wall. So maybe I should change that it's like off the wall. So it's more like inside the room instead of like at the corner of the room. These are just references that I picked up on the internet to see how they solved it. This seems to be like a robotic bar where there's like mechanical arms coming from the ceiling, which is also a cool idea. Lots of different styles you can integrate. And then there's the karaoke spot. And an alleyway with maybe people walking by, looking at all the electrical wires of like typical cyberpunk stuff. This is a nice street view that we have from top down, where you can get some inspiration from. But this also means that we're going to have to make a lot of new objects in the future to decorate this scene. So this is not going to be a project that's going to be done in like 2 or 3 weeks time. I'm probably going to have to work a while on this. But yeah, that's just the initial ideas. Let's see. I think the planters could help with separating the rooftop from the city itself. To give that, how should I explain it? So I did a research when I was still in university, where we investigated the use of hedges and plants in office space to filter the air of the office space, but also to do climate control and sound insulation. And the results were positive. So you can actually use certain plants to help sound insulate certain areas, like office spaces, like open office spaces, or you could put certain plants near the printer area so that all the toxic fumes from the printer gets absorbed by the plant, which doesn't really do any harm to it, but it gets it out of the air. To be honest, it's too much. Wait, what's too much? Oh, like the references? Nah, don't worry. I'm not gonna pick everything from it, but it's more like to get an idea of what I want for my channel. Because you can also see it on the overlay that I have currently. It's like there's this soft animation going on at the corners, right? Like the yellow light. And during gaming, it's, I think, like a purple light, I think. And during free talk, it's a blue light. Like those kind of small details already help make the stream come more alive. You could have slime running around making drinks. Perhaps, yeah. That's also something I have to really look into. So at the moment, I just made one slime, the one that's next to me here on the stream. But I should definitely add some variations of him, like maybe different eyes or maybe different accessories, different colors, different emotions. And then I also have to learn to animate them because, yeah, this is gonna sound weird, but the slime's obviously gonna need jiggle physics, right? But I have no idea how to do jiggle physics. So I have to actually learn how to do that. Like maybe I can find a tutorial on where they make maybe a pudding and then add jiggle physics to the pudding. Something like that. Let's see, what else can we add? Make one with a big head and a beard. Oh, like a wizard. Like an old slime. Damn, I only streamed for like 3.5 hours and I'm already feeling tired. Ugh. But at least we made a decent dent into what we want to do. Yeah, maybe I should think about this a little bit more off stream. Like add the little bit last bits before moving on. I think we can just take some time for it. Maybe that's a good thing. Let's see, what's the next time that I can work on this? Monday the 11th would probably be the next time that I could spend some time on this. On the weekend I'm busy doing something with the family. The 18th is also going to be tough because I have an appointment on that day. I need to get my passport refreshed. Like my passport is about to expire, so over here you have to, once every few years, you have to go back to the town hall and get your passport refreshed or updated, and then it's like valid again for like another few years. And on the 25th, I'm planning to send my car to the mechanic or to the garage to get it checked out. There's nothing wrong with my car at the moment, but it's always good to have preventive inspections, right? It's better to inspect before something goes wrong than after something goes wrong. And then the weekend of the 30th and 31st, I'm also gonna be away. Damn. I'm gonna be busy the coming weeks. Jeez. Also, I noticed that the games that I'm playing this week together with this stream is all pretty much creative. Like, there's gonna be the Minecraft stream on Wednesday. And then there's also the Enshrouded stream on Friday. Although with Enshrouded you can also do a lot of combat and exploring, so you don't necessarily have to build. For Minecraft, we're still stuck with having to build that church. Although we're almost at the finish line, I think. You just have to do the front of the church, logistic-wise, and then we can decorate the outer exterior. And then we have to just place it into an area where it fits well. But maybe we can do that next time. I think this is a nice time to call it quits for today. Let's see, next time I should have these demands more fleshed out. And then we can do the logistic concept, which means like how these rooms are connected, or like these areas are connected to each other. The not evil looking one. Hey, this isn't evil. This slime over here is just grumpy. It's just a grumpy little slime. But that's also a thing. Like all the slime will have horns, pretty much. But yeah, some could maybe look scared, some could look happy, some could look like tired, or maybe like a wise wizard. Who knows? I think also for the floor height concepts, I think this one is going to be the best one to go for. Like I like that idea of having some diagonal windows to let in some light. But the question is, where are we gonna do that? Maybe at the back side of the building. It wouldn't make sense to do it at the street level. Slime don't have horns, bro. Mine do. Look at the design that's right next to me. That slime has horns. But it's not made out of a different material, it's just part of their design. If you can make it, how to say it, like if you're creating something, you don't necessarily have to abide by the, how to say that, like preconceived concept. Like, okay, maybe other people don't draw slimes with horns, but there's nothing stopping you from doing it yourself, right? If you think like, hey, that looks like a fancy design, I'm gonna draw it with horns, then usually you can. Nothing stopping you. Like the same way some people draw angels, or some people draw devils, or genies. Even humanoids can have different designs. It's all up to the creator. Like if he fancies something, thinks something looks nice, or has a special idea with it. That's Jinn style slimes. Yeah, it's my unique brand of slime. Because if it didn't have horns, it would be too generic, right? Aiko gets it. But yeah, that probably means we can pretty much tie an end to this stream. Let's go look if someone's online that we can raid. Too basic, yeah. Yeah, you always have to be careful with that. Like, that it has to be iconic, right? And although slime, like slimes with horns, aren't too iconic, it does distinct itself a little bit. Hey, Twitch. Twitch, show me who's online. Is there anyone playing games at the moment on Twitch? See. Who can we send you guys over to? I think Monday is just an awful... I'd say that Monday is an awful time to rate another channel because a lot of people at this hour are still maybe at school if they're in America, or they're probably going to bed if it's on if it's from Asia. People from Europe are probably having dinner at this time, so it's just it's a cursed time. Well, we can also just call it quits for today and save a raid for another time when there are some interesting channels online. I hope you all have a great day, but I'm gonna call it quits for today. I'm gonna get some food, relax a little bit, prepare for the work week tomorrow, because my work week starts on a Tuesday instead of a Monday. And then I'll be back again on... again on Wednesday. Hey, Kaliman! Hey, how you doing? I was just about to end stream. How you doing? Monday at that time? Yeah, definitely. Oh no! Oh no! Did you just send people over? Kaliman and their viewers just joined. Say hi. Oh no! Oh no, what horrible timing. But welcome. Thank you. How you doing? Wait. Then I can still wait. Wait, I can stay a little bit longer then. I can actually explain what I've been doing this stream. So, to explain, I am working on a new background for my streams. I can change scene so you can actually see what it looks like right now. This is a background that I made in Blender 3D, and it has a slight animation to it. It's nothing too special, but I'm gonna show it right now. So as you can see, it's like a 3D background with some minor animation on the lighting, but I really want to upgrade it a little bit to add more to the scene, maybe like a jukebox or some more seating or even some dining tables. Oh, we know Kailimon. They sent over a raid before, I think. Yeah. It's been a while ago though, but yeah, they have been here before. So yeah, that's what, wait, I'm the wrong screen. There we are. So that's what we are working on. So this was our initial design that we made in 3D Blender. But we want to update it a little bit. We want to make it a proper 3D scene so I can actually use it for animation in the future. So it's like an actual 3D space. At the moment, it's just, think of it like a theater stage. Like, the only things that I made are the things that are visible, but the opposite side of the room isn't made, right? So you only see this side. If I want to use it for 3D animation, then I have to make the complete room so it actually looks nice, and I can use different camera angles to animate something cool looking. Nice bar, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I dabble a little bit in 3D modeling. Let's see if I can showcase something else I've been working on. I think, yeah, it's still here. Here. This is also something that I worked on. So, because I have like a fruit bar that serves non-alcoholic drinks, I have been 3D modeling the drinks as well. And I am uploading these as YouTube shorts. Because it's not really a long video, right? So I figure the short video format would be ideal for that. And then you can actually see the drink in 3D. So this is usually what I work on. But now that I've done a few of the drinks, I want to upgrade the bar as well. So we can actually add the drinks to the scene and make everything look nicer. A little bit of an upgrade. Let's see, we also have another drink that we have. This was the first drink. This is the apple drink that I made. Like, it's inspired by the Apple of Eden storyline, where the snake offers, I think it was Eve, the apple. So that's why it has like a coiling design around like the apple juice. And the purple glowy thing at the bottom is pretty much like the shape of a snake eye, right? And then because it's like the Garden of Eden, I figured gold would be a nice color for it. And then also for the apple juice, like it's a little bit glowing. Yeah, so that's the stuff I've been working on, I think the last 3-4 months now. But I want to add more to my bar scene. Like, you can see that the textures also improved over time. Like, there's a lot of reflection on those glasses, right? Let's see if I can find another one. Yeah, this one is also good. So this is like a 3-glass combo. It's like 2 shot glasses and 1 long glass. And it has this like coiling tendril design to it. And then it has some like promotional text below it, as if it's like an advertisement. Do you have mango? Yeah, there will be a mango. We haven't finished it yet, but there is a mango drink. I just have to finish it. I think the mango one is the Mango Mania drink. So usually what I do is I attach some sort of mythology or story to the drink. So you have, for example, Faust, which is like obviously the story of Faust. You have the Apple of Eden story. There's also, let's see, what was that god again that was always like full of himself, that always looks in the mirror? Like, there's a drink like that. And there's also the Mango Mania one. And mania was a disease, I think, in medieval Europe, where people started dancing and they couldn't stop dancing. But modern science thinks that it was actually a disease that affected the nervous system. So they weren't actually dancing. They were just they couldn't like properly control their body. Like it affected their nervous system, I think. Like maybe it's a little bit dark for a drink, but yeah, that's the theming of the drinks that I serve at my bar. Let's see, we have one more. Properties, browser. Wonder, can I also... No, I can't show images. It has to be... At least? Yeah, it has to be a proper drink or like a proper video. I can show images. Like some of them are still in image format and I still have to animate them. The mango? Yeah, the mango is the Mango Mania one. But yeah, as you can see, I made different glass designs and then filled them with different colors of liquids and added some different accessories to it. This one has pyrite in its neck part. Like you see the gold bit. And you know pyrite is a fragile material, right? So you have to be careful handling this drink or otherwise it's gonna break. It's like the fragility of the royalty of which it is based. But yeah, I want to make a lot more like these kind of videos on my channel, add them as YouTube shorts so people can enjoy them and add a little bit of lore to it. And I don't want to just do drinks, I want to do other objects as well. Like maybe sometime soon I can add a jukebox as an object that rotates, or who knows, maybe a plate with food. Maybe materials, crystals, that sort of stuff. Like diversify a little bit, right? Make fancy looking stuff. And it's been a while that I made an interior as well. Let's see if I can find the interior that I made for John. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is another background that I made for another VTuber. As you can see, it has a sort of library feel to it. You can see it at the sides. I'm not going to zoom in too much because some of the books in the library are a little bit sussy. Because John's name as a VTuber is literally that Degen John. So that's sort of like the joke about it. But I made that for like that magic portal in the back and the lighting and like all the decoration, all the 3D stuff I made myself. It's just the textures that are on the on some of the objects are pre-made, pretty much like they're manga books. Cool portal. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I had to combine using After Effects together with Blender to get it to work. But I'm pretty happy with it. Let's see, what else do we have? We also have, I think, Jinn's design. Yeah, this is Jinn's background, which is pretty much more a normal apartment kind of look. And it has some slight cloud animations in the sky behind the window. And then also the TV pretty much plays a video. It's not too much animation. This is like one of the... Yeah, this was the first background that I made. And then John's background was the second. Cozy? Yeah! I did the floor planning for this area as well. It's yeah... People hate the word, but it's like an open concept. Like the bedroom is upstairs. And there are some anime posters as well. And then there's like some diagonal windows so you can actually see the moon. And at the background you can also see like the cityscape, like the city skyline. With some lights at night. And if you look to the left, inside the bookcase, guess what? There's a horned slime inside that scene. So that's like my mark pretty much in most of these backgrounds, is that I usually add a slime somewhere to the scene, like a horned slime, which is my mascot character. Something I've been very proud of as well, that I made in December, is a Christmas tree. Let's see if I can properly show it. Yeah, so this is what I made in December, which is very experimental because I had to use a lot of reflective and like functions in Blender that I haven't used before. But it was a nice learning experience. And it's a nice end result. It has some reflective bits in it, it has some light source in it. The presents are also pretty interesting. Is that I sort of made, let's say, it's not really code, but a node system where it applies different type of colors on the same object if there are duplicates in the scene. So if there are multiple square gift boxes in the scene, then one could be pink and the next one that's placed would be automatically be blue or green or like some other color. And that gives some variety, even though like most of the box shapes are the same, but it gives the illusion that these are all like a lot of different presents, right? But yeah, that's the type of stuff that I do creatively. And then, of course, beyond that, I'm also a gamer. So I like to play like Souls-like games, city building games, XCOM-ish games. I also play some RPG/survival games. It's like I'm pretty much a variety streamer, is what you could say. Too cool. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to learn more and more about this, the spinny tree. Yeah. It's just nice to have this as a format, right? It's like these objects wouldn't fit in like a 15-minute long video, but it does look nice in YouTube Shorts. And I can actually reuse this tree in maybe the future rework of the bar, where we can actually put it down during Christmas. Like we can turn on a toggle and then suddenly we have a Christmas tree decoration inside the bar. Like something like that would be nice. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you as well. Hopefully you're enjoying your time here. So yeah, whenever I work on these kind of projects, it usually takes a while before it gets lifted off the ground. So what I'm doing today was pretty much the pre-work before I go into 3D modeling or 2D drawing, because you need to have a plan before entering 3D modeling. Like you have to have a plan or like an idea of what you want, right? So you usually gather like references and that sort of stuff before you actually get into Blender and make stuff. So that's what this entire thing is for. Like me pretty much describing what I want, how I want it, what's important, what kind of objects or like things I want in certain areas of the bar. And then also like, oh, how is it located compared to ground level? Like, is it half submerged? Is it fully above ground? Is it fully submerged? Or is it half and half? And if it's half and half, do you want diagonal ceilings, or do you want like just straight ceiling as if it's like a high-rise building? Yeah, we're pretty much brainstorming. And we also collected some nice images. Like we want to add this to the tables, like the hot pot kind of thing, or like the Korean barbecue stuff would be nice. And then like these soft sofas, but also like cool illuminative lights in like a cyberpunk city aesthetic. I still have a lot left to learn, but we're slowly getting there. We're getting better at it. And we're using this as inspiration or references to see like where we can draw inspiration from. But yeah, that's pretty much it what I've been doing today. And also talking a little bit about D&D and other stuff. So yeah, if you would like to see more of this kind of stuff in the future, that it appears in your timeline or like search, or wait, how you call it, like main page, whatever, do consider subscribing. It really helps me out a lot. But that's only if you enjoy my content, right? No pressure. But yeah, I was actually about to end stream when Kylie entered. So that's why I figured I at least owe you guys an explanation of what I'm working on. But I do have to go grab some dinner now. We have been streaming for 4 hours. I'm slowly getting a little bit more tired and hungry. So I'm gonna dip for today, and I'm gonna be back again on Wednesday, where we'll be working on a Minecraft cathedral. Also something creative. We've been making a huge, how do you say it, like cathedral based on a dragon, which is situated in the center of the church. We just have to make the front area and then also the exterior. Also, for people on my side of stuff, do check out Kylieman as well. They definitely deserve to be checked out. Also, these days I'm multi-streaming. I'm both on YouTube and on Twitch. Take care. Yeah, thank you. Take care as well. Sadly, I still can't rate on YouTube. Maybe it's just locked to people who already unlocked monetization. But yeah, I'm still locked. I still can't do anything on YouTube side. No emotes either. But we're slowly growing. We're certainly growing faster this year than last year, like our first year. So hopefully we eventually reach that number where we can actually monetize our channel and add the emotes that we already have on our Discord. There are some very funny ones. But yeah, I'm out for today. I hope you all have a great evening, morning, or midday, depending on what your time zone is. Grab some rest. But for today, I'm out. See you guys later. Bye-bye.